to meet you again. And I want to introduce all the member of our team. So maybe I think you could, everyone could introduce yourself. Okay, could in Chinese or English, both. 那我们要不然大家都先自我介绍一下，然后先从我们这个团队开始。王老师，要不然翻译一下。
We would like to introduce the member of our team first.
Yes, okay. That would be a great idea.
大家好，我叫申华平，我是文化遗产系的老师。大家好。
Mrs. Shen Huaping, professor from Department of Cultural Heritage and Innovation of BIT.
Okay, next to me. Hello, this is Bowen. I'm from BIT same, and come from the Center for Innovation Design. So far, I'm a BIT lecturer. Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you too.
到我了吗？大家好，我是严宇，我是北理工设计学院的老师，环艺专业。我长期从事于建筑历史和文化遗产的研究。
This is lecturer Yan Yu from Department of Environmental Design of BIT. 您说您那个专业？
建筑学。建筑师。
And he is in architecture. 下面一位杨主厨。
Hi everyone, my name is Zichu Yang, and I'm from the Center of Innovation Design, and my major is interactive design and game development. It's like 2 areas. Yeah, nice to see you guys.
Great, nice to see you too.
Hello, my name is Zhang Jiabang. I'm a postgraduate student, and my major is art design. Thank you very much.
Okay, next. Yan Bin.
Han Bin. I'm Han Bin. Majored in MA Urban Design, and now I'm in an Innovation Design Center, BIT.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Yu, and currently I'm a PhD candidate at BIT, and my study interest is kind of focused on game development and digital media.
Okay, nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you all. I would like to thank Professor Shen. Sorry, go ahead.
谢谢你也谢谢你一直在组织这个 workshop。
Thank you, Gamal, for the preparation of this workshop.
Thanks a lot, Professor Shen, and thanks for the attendance from your team. And we are really excited about today. Thanks for coordinating the workshop with us as well. We are really looking forward to it. From my side, I would like to introduce our team as well. And I will start by myself. And my name is Gamal Abdelmanam. I am a professor of architecture and the director of the Center for Architecture, Urbanism, and Global Heritage.
然后他是那个建筑中心的主任，他的领域是城市规划、建筑学和那个文化遗产。Big pause.
Big pause.
Diane.
Hello everyone, I'm Diane Wren. I'm the Research Centre Coordinator, and I'm also the Research Fellow on the Hawara Labyrinth project. I'm an archaeologist by training, and I've also worked in a number of museums as a curator.
这是他的另外一位，是他的研究中心的，应该是一个一边工作一边学习的这样一个人。然后他现在做这个项目的联络人。Okay, nice to see you.
Okay. Nice to see you. Anthony? You are mute, Anthony.
Yeah, okay, try again. Is that better? So I'm Anthony Piddock. I'm a senior lecturer here at the university. I have, thank you, whoever was waving at me. I have experience of scanning and digital model building and building information service, building information models even. Okay, thank you for that.
他这个是安东尼高级讲师，他是建筑艺术和环境学院的，他比较擅长的呢是这个用激光扫描，然后用数字建模，还有重建对组件的技术。Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Bye.
Hello everyone. I'm Liu Pei. I'm the senior partnership manager for East Asia. Me and Cheng Li come from the university global team. Been supporting M.Gamal on developing the partnership with BIT. 大家好，我是刘佩，我跟傅老师是来自诺丁汉特勒特大学的国际合作部，所以之前一直以来非常有幸能协助M.Gamal建立这个和北理工的关系，今天也非常高兴见到大家，谢谢。
Thank you, Louis and Shengji. As we rely on their support to really get the joint center prepared and ready. We are missing, Bernadette just arrived. So Bernadette, can you please introduce yourself just about the right time?
非常高兴，就是我们这个中心的建立。那现在的话呢，我们就开始来讨论咱们的这个可以。
Bernadette, we are introducing ourselves, and you just arrived. Are you ready to introduce yourself as well?
Who would like to introduce? I didn't got it.
All right, I'm just waiting for Bernadette to introduce herself.
Yeah, I know.
Bernadette, you might mute if you're talking.
Bernadette, you are on mute, so we cannot hear you.
按照这个程序上来讲，你看这个后面排了一个时间。
All right.
这个的话，是不是应该
I think Bernadette might have a problem with her internet because she keeps logging in and out. So when she will arrive, she will introduce herself. But Bernadette is a research fellow at the center, and she coordinates digital and virtual modeling of heritage sites. And she has worked before in Chile, and she is now leading a project in India. In general, our team today is just really will be talking and presenting a number of talks about the projects and range of projects we are doing. And we have 3 Masters of Architecture students who should join us later. But if not, just there has been a bit of scheduling issue today. But we will have 3 Masters of Architecture students who will be joining us later.
他介绍了一下他们前期所做的一些这个工作，然后去的一些地方，然后他还有一些学生参加了这个研究，然后他们呢也主要是后期用了一些新的这个方法参与到咱们大家的这个研究当中。现在按这个 section 的话，是不是应该好？And next Professor Shen. 这个是您先来还是
言语老师要介绍一下那个颐和园的研究，颐和园的历史，介绍一下。
Okay, Mr. Yan would like to introduce the history of the old summer palace. Next.
Yes, please. And just to alert everyone, we are recording this event just for our record, and if we would like to revisit it or learn more about the old summer palace later, if that's okay.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you.
好，是。
能够看到吗？
右下角还看的是我们。
哦，那我等一下啊。
还有一个，
等一下，哎，这是打开了吗？但是，对，你来看看。这个。哦，现在可以了吗？你这个小功能在打电话就会出现太里面。喂，你说。
Yeah, we can see your screen now.
Can you see the PPT now?
刚才可以了，现在可以。你把这个全都缩小就行了，只有 PPT 就行了，不用变任何东西。
Is okay now? 是啊。哦，现在可以了。哎，杨老师，你用我的。要不然你把翻译好。
这，这应该是最大的。还有一个全屏。
大家好，很高兴跟大家一起聊一聊圆明园。
And I'm very glad to introduce the history of the old summer palace with you.
刚才提到了我是言语，一直从事建筑历史和文化遗产的研究。
And just now I mentioned that I have been doing my efforts in the field of architectural history and cultural heritage.
圆明园是一个非常大的研究专题，可能需要几十年甚至100年、200年的时间才能够把它说清楚。
This is a very giant project. Almost maybe we need hundreds of years to make it more clear in this field.
中国以及世界各地的学者已经围绕圆明园展开了全面的研究。
And overall, research has been taken among scholars from China and all over the world.
我只是在这里，我只是做一个简短的介绍。
And now I just give a very brief introduction.
OK， 现在开始。首先有一个问题啊，大家都知道紫禁城，但不一定了解中国的在清代它的政治文化中心是不是紫禁城
？First of all, I would like to put forward the question that maybe people from all over the world know the name of the Forbidden City, while it's not so clear that whether people know whether the Forbidden City is the city of Qing Dynasty, of China in Qing Dynasty.
因为在清代，皇帝一年有2/3的时间不在这里。
Because in the Qing Dynasty, the emperor didn't live here for most of the year. Only around a third of time, the emperor was there.
所以某种程度上来说，圆明园，更加准确的是当时清代的政治文化中心。
So in this degree, the old summer palace should be viewed as the center of politics and culture in China.
这张图是清代晚期反映了北京西北郊的335园的整体面貌。
And this picture shows us the general scope view of the northwestern of Beijing city in late Qing Dynasty.
左下角是当时北京城的西北角西直门。
And in the left corner downward, this picture is the Xizhimen district of Beijing.
西北郊的皇家园林第一个园林是我鼠标所指到的这个畅春园。
And the first imperial garden in northwest of the city is Changchun Yuan.
是由康熙皇帝所创建的。
And that was founded by Kangxi, the Emperor of Kangxi.
紧接着，在它的北侧就是这个黄色的圆圈的位置，在康熙46年，康熙把这一块园子赐给了皇世子胤禛，作为他的皇子的园林。
Okay, to the north of this section. The neighboring part is the Changchun Yuan.
畅春园的北侧。
To the north of Changchun Yuan is Yuanming Yuan, and this was given to the fourth son by Kangxi, and the fourth son of his son is Yun Zheng.
胤禛。对，等胤禛成为雍正皇帝之后。圆明园才正式成为皇家园。
And when the fourth son became the real emperor, and this became the real imperial garden, 圆明园。
在其后的这个岁月当中，雍正皇帝以及他的儿子乾隆皇帝，在北京的西北郊展开了。大规模的皇家园林建设，包括中间的清漪园，也就是我们现在所熟知的颐和园，再往西玉泉山的静明园，还有香山的静怡园。这样的话，5个园子形成了335园。
And in the following years. Emperor Yongzheng and Qianlong began to devote themselves into setting up gardens, including Qingyi Garden, which is known as the Summer Palace nowadays. And let's have a look at this picture. When we walked west to Yuquan mountain, and we may find Jingming Garden. And the Jingyi Garden in Xiang Mountain Xiang.
但是在长时间，在圆明园1860年被毁之前，圆明园一直是335园的中心核心。
Before the old Summer Palace was destroyed in the year 1860s, it had been the center of all the gardens.
圆明园，它在广义上实际上是包括5个园子，一度是叫做圆明5园。
In a wide degree, old Summer Palace has 5 sections, includes 5 sections, gardens.
就是现在这个西北角的这个区域是最开始的，就是圆明园本园的部分。
And in the northwest corner, it was the original section or region of the old Summer Palace.
是由雍正皇帝所创建，乾隆皇帝不断的加建。
It was founded by Emperor Yongzheng and strengthened by Emperor Qianlong.
乾隆皇帝随后在圆明园的东侧新建了长春园。
And then to the east of the old Summer Palace, Qianlong set up another garden named 长春garden。
随后在乾隆的这个中后期，把这2处园林南侧的一部分的那个公主、贵族的园林收回来之后，合并成为蕲春园。
And then when they take back those gardens for princes and those nobles, and this was combined and integrated into Qichun Garden, as we know nowadays.
随后又加入了2处小园林，一处是在东侧的西春园，现在是清华大学的一部分。
And then 2 another gardens joined in to the east part is the famous Qichun Garden, which forms a part of Tsinghua University nowadays in geological degree.
并且在长春园的北侧有一处小园林叫春熙苑。春熙苑它的历史比长春园更加的悠久，所以长春园的北侧一直有一个缺口。这个小园子合并进来的时间比较短。
Chunxi Garden has longer than
OK。Hello。对，这下好了。看到大家。OK，continue。
圆明五园的时间比较短，长时间的是叫做圆明。
Sorry, we can't hear you. Muted.
Okay, it's okay right now. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, great.
The name of the 5 gardens of Old Summer Palace has lost for a very short time, and it was not as long as the 3 gardens of Old Summer Palace.
这张卫星图显示的就是当下的现状。
And this picture taken from the satellite shows us the authentic picture and geological locations of this garden.
众所周知，圆明园内部的建筑基本上全部都被毁掉了，但是整个的山形水系，就山水还得到了保存下来。
It's well known that almost every part of the interior sections was destroyed, while fortunately the mountains and the waters remain here nowadays.
还这里第2个问题，西洋楼景区是否能代表圆明园？
The second question is that the scene of Shiyang building, could this building represent the other scenery of the old summer palace?
因为无数的游客现在去圆明园参观的话，他们会直接奔到西洋楼景区，忽略了其他的部分。
Because we may find numerous travelers nowadays would like directly to walk into Xiyang building section when they visiting the old summer palace, and but ignoring the other, neglecting the other part of this garden.
实际上，西洋楼景区只占到圆明园的2%的大小。
The coverage of Xiyang building virtually takes up around 2% of the total coverage of this old summer palace.
现在这张图的右上角红色区就是当时的西洋楼的景区。
And in this picture, the upper right part labeled in on this picture shows the authentic coverage of Xiyang building.
这张图反映的 圆明三元在盛期阶段的整体的面貌。
And this picture shows us the three gardens, major gardens of the old summer palace.
它犹如当下我们所举办的世界博览会一样，汇聚了中国乃至世界上各地的造园艺术。
It integrates all the arts of building gardens into this section, as if we have the expo nowadays.
如何去介绍这个园子？大家对它的有一个称呼是叫做万园之园。
How to introduce this garden properly? I think the name of the gardens should be quite proper.
西方的传教士来到中国之后，认为它就是1001夜。
The Western priests when they came to China, they believed that's the magic of 111 nights.
它当真如此吗？
Is that true?
下面我介绍几组数据。
And now I would like to present several data.
通过这些数据，可以通过侧面了解这座万园之园的真实的情况。
And the data will show us the real picture of this garden of Summer Palace as the garden of the gardens.
这张图里面现在可以看到清代的6位皇帝。
And we may find the 6 emperors of Qing dynasty in this picture.
圆明园的建造从第1位皇帝的，就是康熙皇帝的末期开始康熙46年开始建设，一直持续到咸丰10年1860年被毁。
And the establishment and construction of the Summer Palace lasted for a long period from Kangxi, the late Kangxi, and till 1860s when Xianfeng in charge.
前后的时间持续的超过150年的建设。
And the construction lasted for over 150 years.
150年的时间，对于西方建造一座教堂，我们觉得习以为常。
Of course, when people taking 150 years to build up a church, we could say it's quite normal.
但是对于中国而言，这是非常漫长、非常巨大的工程，因为我们所知道紫禁城在明代初期建设的时候，仅仅用了14年的时间就把紫禁城建成了。因为中国古代建筑是非常早熟的、非常标准化的建设。
While we may find the construction of this giant project of the old Summer Palace takes very long time. Let's have a comparison here. As we know, for the Forbidden City, constructors spent only 14 years building up the Forbidden City because in the ancient time, Chinese artists were very good at construction and architecture. And also the art in that time were real mature, and they have followed a standardized format.
并且清代康乾盛世是中国最后一个朝代最有钱的时候，皇家大量的财富全部用在了圆明园的建设上面。
As we know that when Kangxi and Qianlong were in charge of the country in Qing dynasty, that was the richest period of development in China, and they used most of the fortunes to build up gardens.
另外我再看一组数据，关于圆明三园和紫禁城的对比，面积的对比。
And now I would like to present another group of data contrasting the three gardens of Old Summer Palace and the construction of the Forbidden City.
圆明三园的总占地面积有3.5平方公里，也就是说有865英亩，它的面积5倍于紫禁城。
The three gardens of the Old Summer Palace covers around 86 acres, which is composed of 5 times of the coverage of the Forbidden City.
皇帝不是很喜欢住在紫禁城，因为紫禁城太对称、太严肃了，他喜欢住在圆明园。
The emperor did not very much to love to living in the Forbidden City because the structure was too systematic and rigid.
有一个非常有趣的统计啊，乾隆皇帝1年当中可能有250多天都住在圆明园。
And here we may share with you a very interesting statistic. The Emperor Qianlong lived in the Old Summer Palace for more than 250 days a year.
但并不是说他在这里面仅仅是游玩，他在这里面照常的办公，接待各种的政治事件。
That didn't mean the emperor was living there, was only use this garden for accommodation. The other functions, like political affairs, like international affairs, all stay here as in the office.
当时的外国使节以及藩邦的这种觐见大量的活动都是在圆明园举行的，它是名副其实的政治，就是跟紫禁城所并列的政治中心。
As we know, at that time, many ambassadors from the neighboring countries came to exchange or came to visit China and met the emperor in the Old Summer Palace. So it was viewed as the very important political center, as important as the Forbidden City.
我们看一看乾隆皇帝他自己针对圆明园的评价。
Let's share some of the quotes from the Emperor Qianlong himself.
乾隆对圆明园的评价，如果说用通俗易懂的话来说，就是说他从古至今就是最好的天堂，然后最好的这种宫殿，没有任何一个地方可以超过圆明园。
As the Emperor Qianlong said, it was the best palace, which can never be overpassed by anything else.
因为在如此大的规模里面，齐聚的当时中国数千年历史的这个文化艺术，以及西洋的这个艺术和文化全部齐聚在圆明园，是非常难得的。
Because in this giant space, a lot of elements like culture, arts, and even the arts from the Western countries were integrated here. So it's difficult to find for people to see in the other part of the world.
但是非常可惜，他已经现在仅仅能够看见一些遗迹，现在是遗址公园，但是不妨碍我们今天对它展开学术的讨论。
And unfortunately, we could only find some debris here in the old summer palace, but it will not prevent us from deeper insight into the research of this old summer palace.
好，那这座伟大的万源之源，它到底造的是一个什么样的世界呢？
And now let's take a deep look at, close look at the real picture of this garden of gardens.
我们现在来看一张中国的地图。这张图里面啊，大家都所知道，中国版图它的西北的角是昆仑山，是高山，东南低，东边是东海。
And let's have a look at the map of China. In the northwestern part of this map is Kunlun Mountains, and in the west is the East Sea, the East Ocean.
并且中国的这个版图里面有3条主要的这个从北往南有3条主要的山脉，形成3条龙脉，这是从昆仑山所发源，一直延伸到整个的版图。
And we may find from this maps we have 3 main series of mountain series from the north to the south, which is called as the Dragon's Mountains, which originated from Kunlun Mountain.
就是这其实代表的是天下的概念，在帝王的心目中，这就是天下。如何把这个天下装到园子里面去？下面我们可以看一下圆明园。
In this term, the emperor would like to view this as a concept of view this garden as the world. So how to put the whole world into a garden? Let's have a look next.
我们看一下圆明园本源的这一部分，也就是说，现在原始的圆明园那一部分的范围。
Let's have a look at the scope of the original old summer palace first.
它其实就是一个缩微的中国古代的版图。
And this is really the map of China in ancient time in a minimized scale.
中国的版图西北角有昆仑山，然后在圆明园的西北角有紫壁山房，它象征着昆仑山。
And in the northwest part of China is Kunlun Mountain. And here in this picture of the old summer palace is the
紫壁山房。
I don't know. I don't know the term. Actually, like maybe 3 buildings was 壁是这个墙壁的
碧绿的碧。
3 was green roof, and this building represents Kunlun Mountain in the map of China.
就是而且在圆明园，就是说现在这个位置啊，紫壁山房，它的标高是圆明园最高点。
And also it shows us the height, the top height of this old summer palace.
在中间的这个大地上有9座岛，9座岛象征着古代的九州。
In the center of this old summer palace, we may find 9 islands, which represented the 3 states or provinces of China.
在这个九州的东边有一个巨大的湖面，它的名字叫福海，象征着中国版图东侧的东海。
And to the east of these 9 provinces, we may find a lake, which was viewed as the lucky place. So we call it as the ocean of fortune.
东海。
It was the East Ocean.
而且在海上，中国的神话传说当中，海上有仙山，蓬莱、方丈、瀛洲。
Okay. On the ocean, in the ocean, the legends, the fairy tales said there is a legend place named
蓬莱、方丈、瀛洲。
蓬莱方丈 Mountain。
然后在海的另外一边，就是海的尽头，海的另外一边，就是西北角的位置，是西洋楼。 它代表着海的对面，隔海相望的是夕阳。
Okay, on the other side of the ocean.
圆明园里面其实还有很多非常重要的这个景致，三是。
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Again.
Yeah, now we can hear.
Let's double check. Can you hear?
Yes, yeah.
圆明园还有很多重要的点，我再介绍几个。在昆仑山的山脚下，有一个红瓷永户，这是
什么东西？
红瓷永户。
王老师坐到那儿，那个话筒在那儿是吧？王老师，你坐那个，跟那个。
话筒，你是用这个电脑还是这个话筒？
这个电脑。
他看我的电脑，但是话筒在那儿，对吧？
哦。
坐那儿。
王老师坐这儿还是坐这儿？
喇叭在哪？
王老师坐这儿。
喇叭在哪？喇叭在
哪？喇叭在那个电脑上。哎。
我还知道那个，
就说它的祖庙，这里面是
祖庙还是
祖先？
谢谢。Okay, actually we have a myriad of very important sceneries in the Old Summer Palace. And now I would like to introduce you one of the ancient ancestors, the emperor's ancestors temple on the hill of on the end of the hill of during Qianlong period.
为什么安排在这个位置？因为它靠近仙境，这个西北角的昆仑山，中国的仙山。也就是说，当他的那个爸爸皇帝、爷爷皇帝去世了之后，他们其实去的就是昆仑山。
Okay. Why this ancestors temples located there? It was just because they view this place as the legend period, legend region. Sorry, because Kunlun Mountain located there.
而且下面还有太阳住的地方和月亮住的地方，日天淋雨和月地云居。 然后再通往一个佛教的国家，就是一个佛国，万方安和才到人间来。
Okay, the legend says, in this period, in this old summer palace, there were places for the sun, also for the moon, and this could lead the Buddha. To the right place.
圆明园很多布局都考虑到的八卦风水。
The location and how to and the arrangement of this older summer palace involves a lot of legend concept of ancient China, as we know nowadays, 八卦 and feng shui, which is also could also understood as good luck and fortune.
因为时间关系，没法展开一一的说，这里面是一个无穷的研究课题。
This time limits prevents us from even deeper discussion of this giant project.
现在这张图就能看到圆明园、长春园、齐春园3园的一个总体的布局，这里面分布有大小景致大约150处。
And this picture shows us the 3 gardens, including 150, more than 150 sub-sceneries.
你的卡是这个卡，
这个没卡。
不是，你翻一下页看看吧。
Gamal, Liu Pei, can you hear us?
Yes,
we can.
Yeah. We hear you.
Okay.
We hear you well.
No,
Okay, thank you.
it's turned off. 我在卡。
但是它这个图像是不一样的。我们推的是这一边。
共享的是这个，这个有红边吗？有红边的话，就是看到
有边，
但是对，可有点延迟。
Some delay of the picture.
这张图看到的是圆明3园，大小景致大概150处。
Let's have a look at this picture, displaying over 150 sub-sceneries in the 3 gardens of the Old Summer Palace.
每一处景致其实就是一个小小的世界，这里面有重要的文化含义和艺术的价值。
And in each of these sub-scenery of these 150 sections, it was viewed as a real word, including including concrete culture.
好了，那个我们很可惜现在都没有了，我们现在可以浏览几张现状的照片。
And this is the authentic pictures. Let's have a look.
这是圆明园40景之一的坦坦荡荡的现状，遗址现状。
It's real authentic.
原来叫做金鱼池。
And this is the pool for fish, for golden fish, years ago, decades, centuries ago.
这是另外一个遗址，慈云府库，现在也房子没有。
And this is another scenery, and we cannot see the original image.
这是方古胜境，一处仙境，现在也仅仅剩下一些残垣断壁。
And here was a legend place, but now you may find we just have the debris.
也就是说，地面以上除了山和植物，房子都没有了。
We could not see any houses besides, except for mountains.
这是一个残存的一个龙的构建，石构建。
And this is the remaining part of the parts of dragon.
然后接下来我跟大家展示一下圆明园40景图，大概的浏览一下，可以通过这个了解一下圆明园当年的一些面貌。
And this pictures, 40 pictures would take us back to the original image of the Old Summer Palace. Let's have a look next.
这是圆明园的正大光明，就是皇上举办仪式，然后大臣来参拜的地方。
And this is the place we called it as the brightest place used for the ritual ceremonies, and when the fellows came to meet the emperor.
它的角色就类似于哲信城的太和殿。
It plays the role as 太和in the Forbidden City.
这是皇帝的寝宫，九州清晏。
And this is the living house, the living for living and accommodation.
它与天上的星位、紫微垣有对应关系。
And it comply with the position of the stars in the sky.
这是皇上办公的地方，叫做勤政清闲。
And these are offices for the emperors. And the emperor would like to illustrate his diligence and non-corruption.
这处地方叫楼岳开云，是乾隆皇帝、康熙皇帝还有雍正皇帝。在康熙皇帝时候三代这个祖孙三代皇帝相遇的地方，这个地方有很多的漂亮的牡丹花。
And here is the joint place for 3 emperors to meet: Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong.
下一处景色，这也是在九州清晏其中一个岛，它叫天然图画，以竹子景致为主体。
And here is one of the 9 states called Tianran, a natural, and it was built by bamboos.
这个地方为什么叫天然图画？因为站在这个西侧的这个2层的楼阁上，可以看见北京的西山，就像一幅画一样。
Why people would like to call it as a picture? Because standing on the building in the west, we may see the Western Mountain, and the Western Mountain was viewed as a magic picture.
碧叢书院，皇上的一处书院。
And this is the place for the emperor to read, like a library.
慈云普库是一处佛寺，一处宗教建筑，这里面融合了道教、佛教，还有那个各种神仙。
And this is the temple, or we would like to call it as a religious building, engaging Tao and Buddha.
中间这个3层的这个楼上面有一个西洋的一个钟。
And here, in this building, of a 3-story building, we may find a clock representing the sunset.
杏花春馆这里面是皇上在这里种地的一个地方，它就像一个小山村一样，因为他特别关心农耕。
And this is a place for the emperor to plant in this famous place called Xinghua Cun, and because the emperor was the emperor concerned much more about agriculture.
下一处是坦坦荡荡，刚才我们看到的一处遗址的照片，就是这里。
And this is the relics of one of the scenery I mentioned just now.
颅骨含基也是40景之一，这是皇上读书的一个书院。
And this is like a school. The emperor had education there.
这是长春宾馆，皇太后居住的地方。
This is the place for the emperor's wife living.
武宁春社。
Sorry, for the emperor's mother to live.
这是武宁春社，它是中国古代一个重要的文化典故，桃花源。
And this is the place for a very famous tale called 桃花 Garden.
山高水长是皇上在这里面，可以搭蒙古包接见，就蒙古贵族、蒙古大臣的地方。
And this is the place called High Mountain with long water, and this place is used to have foreign affairs with Mongolia.
时间关系，后面我就简单的就过一下，因为要讲的东西实在是太多了，估计讲对很久才能够，也不一定能够讲完啊。
This is a time for picture view.
这是皇帝的祖庙，昆仑山脚下的红石涌。
Ancestors temple.
月历营居，这是月亮居住的地方。
It's the place for moon, for the moon.
日天领域，太阳居住的地方。
The place for the sun to live.
然后这个是万方安和，它其实是佛教的一个万字符号，这是佛心印的一个符号。
This is a symbol of Buddha.
它在水面上，在夜光之下就犹如这个是方湖胜境，也是一处仙境。
Another legend place.
这是东海上面的仙山蓬莱方丈灵州。
And that's 蓬莱仙州 in the East Lake.
皇子读书的地方。
The place for the emperor's son to have education.
这是就是圆明园里头的这个买卖街，就是这里面设的街市，皇帝这些太监啊、宫女啊，假扮成为各种街道上的这个做买卖的人。
And this is a commercial street, and emperor and servants play different roles, working in the groceries.
西洋楼是郎世宁这个设计的几张图，大家应该也都很熟悉。
And here are the pictures designed by Lang Shining. I guess you all know it.
好，最后一页因为确实是一个非常大的研究的专题没法去细致的讲，在这里面仅仅给大家做一个简要的介绍。
This is a very brief introduction, though giant the project is, while the time is really limited. So that's the end of my introduction. Thank you.
谢谢。
Thank you very much. That's really brilliant and very comprehensive. It's really fascinating history and layers of architecture.
Thank you.
Can we ask a few questions now, or just we'll wait until the latter presentation?
Okay, no problem. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. This is very comprehensive and detailed history. Just a few things that I would like you to ask about the history, or how old are those sketches or drawings are? Are these were drawn during the design of these periods, of these buildings or clusters, or they are drawing after those buildings have been built? How old are they?
就是这个有多长时间呢？我们花了多长时间，就是去把这个图画出来？
比如说现在还是清代的，
就是它这个画四十景图，
四十景图，四十景图是乾隆9年，乾隆初年的时候，两位宫廷的画师，就把它就已经画完了，一个来画建筑，一个画山水。乾隆9年。
In the year, the 9th year of Qianlong period, the artist almost finished the 40 pictures. Two artists completed this big artwork. One was responsible for for the picture of the palace, and the other for the mountain, the picture of the mountain and lakes.
So they are all in one volume or 2 volumes? Or separate artwork?
是把它做成2个分开的卷。
没有分开，它其实就是一张图上有建筑有房屋。
这个是40景图，是40张画还是一场卷？
就是图册，它像一本书一样，对，像一本书一样。然后乾隆皇帝在这里面还有，就是写诗有题咏啊，它的左侧是乾隆皇帝写的诗，右侧是图画啊，每一幅景都有乾隆皇帝有自己的写的诗。
Okay, all the pictures were integrated into one book, and also Qianlong, the Emperor Qianlong, wrote poems on it. You may find on the picture on the left part was poems, and on the right part was the picture.
Brilliant. Do we have any similar sketches to the interiors of some of these buildings?
在那个就是楼的内部是不是也是这样子的？
楼的内部的话，要查找清代宫廷清代的这个皇家的工匠，就是样式雷他们的建筑图纸。这个图纸是很困难就获得了，因为它在国家图书馆。
I would like to say we may have this pictures of the interior part of the buildings, while it's really difficult to reach because it was very precious and treasurable, which nowadays are treasured in the great national bookstore.
而且它其实现在出版一部分，有可能可以去买，但是它是限量的，出版数量很少。
I guess a very limited part of these pictures were published. While I'm not quite sure whether we could buy it, we could find it.
Yes, I wanted to know because we, as part of this project, would like to document and find out what are the available material and what is not, and hopefully, and this will be a discussion later today with Professor Chen and the team, whether this could be part of the exhibition or not exhibition museum on site, where these things could be on display.
他说他想问这个事情呢，也许后面咱们再去跟申教授去讨论，就是后面是不是可以展出这个事情，有一些东西是不是可以展出？
这40景图吗？
他倒没说。Do you mean these 40 pictures? Whether these 40 pictures could be exhibited?
I'm talking about these pictures and the other ones that are not in display now. They are in the archives.
和其他的一些东西。是不是现在都不能展出？
这个图现在在英国。
这个图的原件在法国的国家图书馆，然后现在也有一些那个可以买到一些复制品，一些复制品就是实景图就还是相对比较容易的，就实景图我就有，我自己有，但是这个样式的图档会比较困难。
就跟他说还是有可能筹到进行展出。
To a certain degree, it's possible to find and to put all of them, all a big part of them together to display.
All right. Because we are trying to explore more what are the available material and how we can put them together into a national display, either on site or maybe virtual data archive on the site.
他对这种就是现场的和这种能够留存档案的都还是比较介意的。
是。
Yeah, but thank you very much. This is very exciting and detailed presentation. Really appreciate it. Any other questions from our side?
我们现在已经1个小时了，是不是需要休息一下？然后下一部分由感冒这边来接着发表演讲。
Professor Shen suggested to break before you representatives to give us an introduction of your part. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. So let's have a break for 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10 minutes.
See you 10 minutes. 我这个已经静音了，把这个静音一下。对，那个晚，我现在要点晚饭，大家想吃什么？
叉子吧。
不是把这个静音一下就好了。哪呢？
就这个。
Hello?
Okay. Yeah.
We're back.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not quite sure. I'm not in this field, sorry, of architectural or urbanism. So when you speak of those terms, would you please be slow or explain it a little bit? Thank you.
Of course. No, you have been fantastic, to be honest. And thank you ever so much for your translation. We grasped all the details and in a very professional manner. No, I think by the end of this project, you'll be an expert in architecture and planning and heritage.
Try to be better.
Thank you. All right. I will just start here by introducing our team. Just give me a second. All right. Whenever you are ready.
Yes. Yes, we can see this PowerPoint.
Do you see my screen?
You can.
All right. Great. All right. Thanks a lot for this very comprehensive presentation. We imagined the old Summer Palace as a huge site, but we did not imagine us with such a huge space and many exciting stories.
我是想象的哈，就是一个圆明园的话，是一个巨大的一个场景，然后集合了非常多的这些故事。
We learned a lot about its history and how each corner of the site has a fantastic history, which will help us a lot in discussing how we preserve and document that history.
我会这个主要是讲一些怎么样去这个，根据这个历史的角度，怎么样去保护一下，就是这些文化遗产。
What we will try to do now, just will introduce our way of doing things. But before then, I would like just to highlight one thing.
这个我要强调一下，就下面几点。
Today is the first actual research workshop on the Old Summer Palace, and it is part of starting our joint Center of Virtual Intelligence in Cultural Heritage.
今天这是我们这个第一次的一个这个 workshop 的会，这个是一个我们联合的这样一个中心，就叫做上面的这个名字，叫做这个虚拟智能在文化遗产方面的一个虚拟智能中心。
Through working with BIT and our colleagues with Professor Shen, we will have our team to collaborate on the history, archaeology, preservation, and virtual technologies.
那个非常感谢这个有申教授，我们和这个北理工的团队在这个文化遗产保护方面，我们要做一些事情。
We have an initial program for 3 years, and we hope that we can work together on preserving such fantastic sites.
我们在这个事情的筹备上就花了3年的时间，然后我们后面呢就会通力协作来这个做文化遗产的保护。
We are hopeful that by the spring we can come and visit Beijing and BIP and make a detailed work on site ourselves.
我们还是很希望能够实地到这个北理工来，然后我们实地到这个现场来看一看这个圆明园。Welcome.
Thank you. The center hopefully will have research projects, collaboration on exchange, and we hope that we welcome BIT research staff and students.
这个中心的话呢，一方面我们做一些研究的工作，另一方面也做一些这个交流的工作。两个团队呢，就是来自于他们这边和北理工的这个学生，然后也非常欢迎咱们北理工的团队。
And we hope to produce a series of activities, publications, and exhibitions that celebrate the Old Summer Palace.
这个他也会这个非常这个开心的，然后也会申请一些这个做一些展览啊，这个对这个圆明园。
All right. Now just we have done a bit of research, but we will leave all of this for now. Just what I would like to say that we will have 3 talks from our team by my 3 colleagues. Sorry, go ahead.
下面就是他们的3位代表的老师来做一下发言。好。Okay, please.
Can I ask all speakers, please, to put their microphone on mute? Except only the translation team in BIT.
就是对他说那个大家把麦克就都关掉，然后咱们就怎么开呀？大家都关掉了吗？那个麦克关掉。Yeah, we've already muted.
All right, great. We'll start. We will have from our side. We will have 3 talks by Mr. Anthony Pedic as a starting, and then by Dr. Diane Wren and Dr. Bernadette Rivere. So we'll start with Mr. Anthony. Please, Anthony, the screen is yours.
Anthony 他先来做发言。
Hi guys, sorry, I'm just sourcing it out. And hopefully it's that one.
Excuse me. 我想
Yes.
Gamal?
Yes.
可以让刘小姐翻译一下吗？因为她这个英文翻译成中文，应该她这个专业了解的更多一点。
Would Liu Bei do the interpretation, please?
Can you say it again?
Would you please to have Liu Bei do the translation or interpretation, please?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liu, can you please just do the translation for us?
I think she's busy at the moment, Gamal.
All right. Can you do that on her behalf, Jenny?
I'm not quite sure because it's more about the academics.
We will try to talk in simple terms, if that's okay.
Okay, I can try.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me then?
Yes, we can hear you, Anthony. But please, just as you know now, just try to use simple terms.
I will. And can you see my screen?
We can.
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
We can't see either.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Sorry, Gamal. Just to ask, you know, the Chinese translator earlier, will she be able to do this?
There is a lot of echo, so I cannot hear it clearly.
他说这个版本是有中文的，是吗？
可以让他放中文的。喂，好。
Can you repeat your question, please?
我让到外面去吗？哎，我们是有3份，你送了几份？我给了3个。上回南站那个本拿，去南门。中间南门，对对对，
没有让是肯德基吧？肯德基，行，你稍微等一下，是吗？你去哪？
Virtual construction of these foreign sites, laser scanning and digital modeling.
Professor Shen, you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, what you asked me to do something, but I couldn't hear it. Can you say it again?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
All right, so it's clear now. Can we go on?
Yes, please go on.
All right, Anthony, all yours.
Thank you, Gamal. So thank you for asking me to talk here today. This is our castle at Nottingham, sitting on the sandstone promontory. It doesn't look much like a castle, but there are elements of the original castle there. That's the north-east corner gateway. What you can't see are the caves, but digitally we can enhance that.
Anthony, can you break your talk, please? Give space so the team can translate.
I was wondering what was going to happen there.
这个呢是我们诺丁汉的一个城堡，大家可以看得到啊。这个是一个城堡的原图，然后呢就是有北面和东面，大家可以看得到。
Okay, I'm going to move through to look at what it used to look like.
我会让大家展现一下，就是之前的一些场景，就是这个城堡看起来是怎么样子的，它的原图。
And the research intended to provide a repository which was accessible.
这个呢，就是展现了当年的一个场景。
So this is the site, which is quite large, and our solution was to build an accurate 3D model.
我们想要就是制造一个3D 的一个场景图。
And then layer in the historic information.
然后让就是来展现它原来的一个历史的风貌，用3D 的一个模型把它制造出来。
Before delivering to a workshop. So the building is synonymous with Nottingham and very visible.
这个城堡呢是在诺丁汉的。
它和诺丁汉是那个同义词。
So we have
诺丁汉
old pictures.
Dokken Palace 是吧？
就是它的复制叫双宫。
这个呢是它的一个原图，叫做 Nottingham Dokken Palace。
So we have a lot of historic data.
我们有很多的数据。
And we have built a timeline for it.
然后呢，我们制作了一个时间表，时间的图表。这个字很小啊。
And we see 3 sets of data.
然后我
Drawings,
们有3组数据。
photographs,
图
and
片
our digital model.
还有是数据模型。
This was our first attempt.
这是第一个数据模型图。
and I will rush on for time purposes. So workflow is plan, visit, ensure we've got the right equipment, capture data, store it, process it, and output it.
然后就是这个的话，就是说我们的一个流程啊，然后是先是计划，然后呢再是一个地图的一个地图，然后是现场参观，然后再是那个
This is some of our equipment on site.
这个是我们这是一个那个工具，我们使用的工具。
We were using time of flight instruments.
这个是我们使用的，就是一个仪器，这个叫做 point data。
And record.
对，是一种，对你们说的那个激光云是这个。
And we were recording pictures as well.
这个的话，仪器的话也是可以记录这个图片。
Professor Shen, can you please mute your mic because it repeats echo of our voices? So Anthony and Shenji will be talking and translating, and you can hear. But if you need to highlight anything, let us know. Thank you.
If I may continue, we took many scans. And brought these together in a single model.
这个是多种的那个云图片的一个模型。
Then we overlaid color.
然后使用颜色。
The methodology was to leapfrog targets and instrument around the site. We also had many difficulties with pictures and artifacts.
但是呢，我们就是在这种记录的过程当中，也面临着一些困难，比如说像图片呢。
We also have a smaller instrument which we use for the roof capture. This is very unusual.
然后我们也有像这种的小的那个仪器，是用来记录它的房顶的。专门用来记录这个。
And we had to overcome weather issues and areas which we could not scan.
然后呢，这个是用来记录，就是像天气啊，或者其他就是我们无法记录的一些内容。
This was originally the main entrance, but not visible from the ground, which needed information.
比如说像这个是它的就是主入口，但是呢，就是说从现实当中就是 地面上的话你是看不到的，所以我们需要用这种仪器来记录这个信息。
So this is the data which we captured of the whole site, including at the top the gatehouse you saw in the images earlier.
这个呢是我们记录的它的一个整个的信息，就在图上大家也可以看得到啊，就是之前我所提到的那个房顶的信息也在里面。
And the difficulty is ensuring you capture all the detail of the architecture.
这个最关键的也是最难的一点，就是说要把就是整个建筑的方方面面都要记录下来，这是它的一个难点。
But as you can see from the image, it is a range of points, not a solid model.
这从图片上可以看得到啊，它不是一个，这个是专业词汇啊 ，solid model. Sorry, sorry, Anthony. Did you say solid model?
Yes.
So I'm not sure quite how to translate.
Solid surfaces, would that help?
是固体，就是说是它是一种固体的模型。
Thank you. This is the roof which we're able to capture in quite detailed.
这个是它的房顶。
We then continue to mesh the model. You'll have difficulty with that one.
就这个房顶的话，我们记录下来，然后呢，就是说是可以进行就是制作。
And then we use VR to present the data.
然后呢，我们用那个制作出来的模型来那个显示它的这个还原它的数据和它的原貌。
We also captured some of the internal areas, the most important.
我们同样也记录了就是里面的一些重要的信息，它的内部的一些信息。
And then use VR to present those.
然后呢，用像艺术品一样的，用艺术品来还原它的原貌。
Which were then presented at the workshop.
然后呢，就是说在那个workshop 里面来展示。
So we can extend the project into the future, which would include more of the interior, and in the future we intend to use it for exhibition.
我们也希望把这个就是用在今后的研究当中和那个展览当中。
The picture on the right shows the mobile scanner, which is a lot faster in data capture.
在右图大家可以看到是一个移动的扫描仪一样的，这样子的话就是说是能够快速的记录信息、反映信息。
Unfortunately, the university borrowed that one.
然后呢，这个是学校借过来的，不是自己的。
The future is to include it in a GIS, which is Geographic Information System, and extend the research.
今后呢，就是采用这个 GIS 的一个系统。它是一个3D 的一个系统。
Sorry. In the future, the new laser scanners attached to drones will allow larger areas to be captured.
今后呢，就是这个激光移动的一个系统呢，就是能够大范围的记录一些信息，那希望能够把就是方方面面的信息都能够记录下来。
So the conclusions are we built accurate models and we use VR to make it accessible.
然后呢，我们就是希望记录信息以后，然后能够把这些信息运用在今后的研究当中。
Thank you.
谢谢。
Anthony, do you allow me to share a video about this project from our YouTube channel?
Of course.
All right. So Jenny, if you just tell them that I will try to introduce the VR journeys of this building that we have produced, and I will share it.
Okay.
Hello, Professor. One of our team member will raise a question. Is that okay?
Yes, just give me a second. I will display now the video of our of the model that Anthony mentioned, and then we'll receive questions on it.
Okay, thank you.
Here is the model, and this is Anthony's project. Do you see it? Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right. And I will share another one that's more detailed.
再让大家看一个，这里呢有很多的细节。
This is a VR journey inside the castle based on the model that Anthony coordinated and led.
这个是城堡里面的，就是用那个刚才 Anthony 教授的一些数据制作的一个云图啊。
I won't take much of your time, but just I wanted to show you these things, and I think that's the final one.
这个展示的是最后一个图像。
And this is Diane We'll speak in a minute. Our team, Farida, and others. And this is a VR journey. Again, you can use the Googles for it.
这个呢就是一个 VR 的一个系统。Gamal, it stopped.
Oh, sorry. All right, I will stop here anyway. If you have, do you see my screen or not?
We can see your screen.
All right. Do you see now it's moving?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I think that's all. So thanks a lot, and thanks a lot, Anthony. So any questions to Anthony, please?
大家有什么问题吗？
Thank you very much for your impressive introduction. And now, Mr. Zhang would like to raise a question.
教授您好，然后我们现在能看到是您现在所有的项目都是基于光学反射去捕捉这些表面的。那请问，如果您遇到玻璃以及水面这样的对反射不是很友好的材质的时候，是怎么进行采集的呢？您有没有这样的经验呢？
Thank you very much for your introduction, and I would like to say the details of your introduction, or we may say the data captured is based on reflection. But my question is, for those material like gas and water, what we would like to call it as reflection unfriendly material, how could we get the data? Thank you.
The difficulty with water is that it's moving. So, and it will be reflecting for the images, the areas around it.
水要流动的，所以你反射出来的东西会对这个画面会有损伤。
With glass, it's capturing the information that's at the back of the glass, which becomes an issue, and it needs to be removed from the data, so in the data cleaning process.
然后像玻璃的话，像玻璃的话，它一个就是会反射，然后呢，就是说会采集到它反射过去的背后的一些图像。那这样子的话，在之后的数据处理过程当中，就是需要把这些给处理掉。
不用烦恼 ，Thank you.
Any further questions?
还有一个问题是关于我们获得数据之后，请问教授对于这些数据的后期使用有没有一些建议和想法？就是我们除了收集之外，我们怎么利用这些数据？是只是用来展示吗？还是用来有其他想法？
这个就是用来建模，这就是一个知识产权的问题。
对，我觉得这个问题肯定是，
比如你搞文创，你搞文创，搞什么别的东西，你首先得是相互合作。
对，想问问他后期会对这些数据有什么样的？
我觉得他既然问了，
we all know the aim is not to just collect or capture the data by different devices. His question is, do you have any suggestions of how to widely arrange or use these kind of data?
Sorry, I'm not quite understanding the data of the question.
就是他这个问题一问他就是不清楚，你又不能说怎么去，其实我们就是问他下一步叫。
I think if I come here, I think Anthony, the question was about we are recording the data as exists, but what are other usage for this data? What are the broader purpose of it?
Okay. Clearly, we can use it in exhibitions. We can use modeling techniques in order to solidify it for use in display. Excuse me, but we can also treat it as a record should disaster strike.
它实际上就是说，就是这些数据他拿到了以后，肯定要把它集合起来，把它集中给用一下，来处理就是有一些 disaster 就是不太好的这种情况，你数据嘛，
Okay, thank you. It's really a challenging question because we try to put forward the question at one side, but on the other side, we try to avoid to go into the place of very deep probe of this what we will do next in the next stage. So it's difficult, it's challenging. Thank you very much, Yang.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think in the round table, we'll have more time to discuss these issues, and we will really reflect on what we can do else with these data.
Okay, thank you.
Diane, you are next.
Just load. Please feel free to stop me at any point during the talk if you want clarification on what I'm saying. I'll just see. Oh, wrong one, sorry. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. No.
Okay, well, sorry, 1 second.
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, it keeps clicking on and off. 1 second, sorry. Sorry about this. Right. Can you see anything now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, so very briefly today, I'm just going to give you a few details about our Hawara Pyramid project, which is based in the Fayum region in Egypt. So, as I said, the pyramid of Hawara is in the southeastern.
Diane, sorry, Diane, for interruption. If you can give a break so Liu or just Shinji can translate briefly.
Yeah.
So at the end of each slide, before you move to the next, please give it a break, just a couple of seconds.
Okay. So the pyramid of Hawara is in the southeastern Fayum region in Egypt, and it is the burial place of a pharaoh called Amenemhat III.
Talk for the whole slide, and then team will step into to translate.
So to the south of the pyramid, Amenemhat constructed a large temple complex in which he was worshipped as a god for over 1,500 years. And this temple became known in history as the Labyrinth, and it was referred to by classical authors such as Roman and Greek authors such as Herodotus as one of the great wonders of the ancient world.
Shall I translate this one, Gamal?
Yes, please, if you can.
Please,
Yes, please.
Yeah. 那这个项目的话，应该是一个埃及，在这个区，的一个金字塔。然后这个区呢，大概是在开罗80公里以外的一个地方。然后这个金字塔呢，是埋葬一个法老。然后这个法老他的这个时期是公元前1855到1808年这么一个时候，然后他说这个他这下面有一个古墓，然后他就是被就是膜拜了，大概超过作为一个神来膜拜超过1000多年。Okay.
Thank you. So due to long-term underwater flooding of the pyramid itself, the project is working towards trying to preserve the pyramid and also foster tourism and public interest in the site by increasing people's knowledge of the site throughout the world and also letting people know about its great historical and archaeological significance.
由于洪水的影响，然后你可以看到这个画面上，它这个对这个金字塔的维护主要是以这个保护为主，并且让全世界的人了解它在历史上的和文化上的重要性。
So in order to achieve this, we have surveyed the current standing remains of the pyramid. And a survey of their current condition has been undertaken. So as you can see on the left-hand side of the slide, this is our kind of a work in progress 3D model of the pyramid, which has been created at NTU. And we hope that the model will provide an accurate record of the site as it stands today and can be used for conservation efforts.
为了更多了解这个金字塔，我们对这个金字塔进行了一些3D 的这个成像，这样就是可以让大家更多的了解这个金字塔在这个沙子下面的成像。
In the future, we hope that we're going to use the model to overlay other elements of the site, so elements of archaeology and history and scientific data. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see that we've already started to overlay infrared imagery on top of the model.
我们将继续建设更多的模型，来在这个上面加一些其他的这个因素。然后他刚才说的这个，其实我不太懂。Infrared scans. Sorry, I didn't quite understand what that means.
Sorry, I'm sorry. There are also around the archaeological site, much like the old summer palace, lots of building remains, and we have created digital models of these, so virtual 3D models of the standing remains, which we will add to the larger model of the pyramid.
在现场我们也找到了一些建筑的这些遗迹。就像这些画面上的，所以我们也把这些进行了数字建模，然后把这些加到我们的大模型当中。
So part of the project is to try and reveal the stories and the life of the Hawara pyramid site through what we can find out from archaeological investigation, archival research, and also asking local members of the community what they remember and what their history, their local history records about the pyramid. And we're going to collect all of these together and present these stories using digital technologies and media.
我们研究的目的是通过考古，来更多的了解这个金字塔，的当时的情况。比如说，我们会通过一些当地遗留下来的物品，还有文献上能找到的这些东西，以及和当地的村民去理解当时发生的一些故事。我们希望把这些所有的因素都能通过一个大模型，把当时的这么一个盛况呈现给大家。
So one of the first things we looked at were archaeological excavation records, and the site has been excavated at least 3 times by these gentlemen, so by Karl Lepsius, Flinders Petrie, and Heinrich Brusch. And this was to give us an idea of the history of the site, so what has been destroyed and what we can find out about the different time periods of the site through archaeological excavation.
我们就是对这3位绅士他们做的研究进行了进一步的探索，以便了解当时不同时期这个金字塔的情况。
So this included also looking at personal letters from Flinders Petrie and his field books and notes that he made of the site. This gives us a more complete understanding. So as well as looking at the academic records, we're also looking at his personal memories of the excavation and also his records of where each object went after it was excavated.
除了了解他们当时的科学研究文献之外，我们也查看了他们当时私人的一些信件和手稿，以便更了解他们对这个金字塔的认识。
So just like you have done with the Summer Palace, we have been looking at old photographs of the site and plans and excavation surveys made by the different excavators. And we've started, as you can see, the bottom right of the slide, we've started to overlay these digital plans and photographs on top of the 3D digital model.
和贵校对圆明园的研究一样，我们也查看了当时一些图片和照片，搜集一些这些遗迹的这么一个，还有它的这个图，我们把所有收集到的东西都叠加起来，以便更好的展示这个模型。
So thousands of objects, human mummies and other grave goods have been found through our excavation, and this slide just gives you an idea of the type of objects that have been found.
在这个发掘过程中，我们也找到了很多的物品，包括这个人类的木乃伊等物件。
Most famous objects that have been found through excavation are the Fayum mummy portraits, and these are portraits of dead people that were painted on wood using wax, and they were laid over the top of the face of the mummy and then wrapped around with bandages.
我们也找到了这些人的肖像，这些人的肖像在这个金字塔的里面是用这个蜡，在这个木乃伊它的那个棺木上面画着的。
These objects are very useful because they give us an idea of what people looked like in the past. We can stare directly into their faces, but they are also useful for the study of art history and give us an insight to hairstyles, dress, jewelry, and personal taste.
这些肖像帮助我们了解了这个过去人的长的模样，同时也帮助我们了解当时的美学历史，包括人的着装、 服饰，还有这个穿戴的饰物等等。
They can also give us an idea about the personal lives of people. For example, this picture of a young boy has a cut underneath his right eye, and his left eye is bigger than his right one. And this has been taken to indicate that he had a medical condition, probably the reason why he died. So they give us an insight not just into what people looked like, but also into their personal and private lives.
我们也找到了这个青年男子的肖像，大家可以看到他的一个眼睛下面有一条线，然后一个眼睛比另外一个眼睛大，这个也呈现了当时人类就是各种人生活的私人生活的情况。
So the objects that have been recovered from archaeological excavations at Hawara have been gifted to museums and private individuals throughout the world. And one of our tasks was to try and locate the current homes of all of these objects and create a database listing where in the world are now found.
当时这个金字塔挖掘出来的很多文物都捐献给了一些国家，他们在世界各地的各个地方。我们的一个任务也是去追踪这些物件，给这些物件建立一个数据库。
As far as we know, this is the first time anyone has tried to track down the locations of these objects. And we are creating a virtual map, which you can see on the left-hand side of the slide, locating where the museums are, and hopefully also adding separate elements so we can add pictures and different elements to this virtual map as we go along.
我们也为这些文物做了一个电子地图，上面展示了留存这些文物的博物馆的地理位置。我们会进一步把这些完善。
The idea behind this is because so many objects are located throughout the world, they've been taken away from their original find site in Egypt. So the idea is to try and virtually link the museums to the site and link the sites to the museums themselves. So to bring the objects back home, even in a virtual fashion, so they can be linked to the site of Hawara again.
当中的一个目的也是因为这些文物它是散落在世界的各个地方，这样做就会在这个虚拟的世界中让这些文物回家。
So alongside the archaeology, we're also studying the legacy of the pyramid, so the impact its excavations have had on society throughout time.
除了考古之外，我们也在研究金字塔对当今社会的影响。
So shortly after his excavations in the 1880s, William Petrie put his objects on display in London, and the exhibition was visited by over 2,000 people. And this kind of brought the site of Hawara and Egypt to a wider global audience.
在1880年，这个金字塔被挖掘之后呢，有一些物品被送到了世界上的其他国家去展示，包括这个中间这幅图是他们在伦敦被展示的情况，当时有超过2000人来参观。
For example, it is thought that the famous writer Oscar Wilde visited the exhibition and saw one of the mummy portraits and was inspired to write his famous novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray. And as you can see on the left-hand side of the slide, the mummy portraits started to appear in paintings of the time as well.
当时很有名望的一个作家去参观之后呢，他就是基于这个灵感，他发表了一个小说。当时你也可以看到一些绘画，上面有这个就是刚才咱们看到在这个古墓里挖掘出的这个木乃伊的肖像是挂在这个柱子上的。
So the objects recovered from excavations, especially the mummy portraits, even to this day, have been the focus of many academic articles, and they also appear on phone cases, clothing, and as part of children's toys. So the legacy of the archaeology and the site has moved beyond Egypt and is now throughout the entire world.
当时挖掘出来的这个木乃伊的肖像，现在被用于很多的物件上，包括这些书，还有电话的这个手机壳子，还有 T 恤衫和这个儿童的玩具，也有很多这个文创的衍生品在这个世界的各个。
The site has also moved into the digital world and was featured in the Assassin's Creed Origins video game, and also famous celebrities such as the football player Mo Salah are now being drawn in the style of the mummy portraits from Hawara. So it has a very big cultural impact even today.
它对当今的文化也造成了很大的影响。比如说有一个游戏的场景，就是根据它这个金字塔的当时的生活情况而体现的这么一个场景。有一个非常著名的足球队员，他也把他自己的画像画成了就是跟这个一样的风格。
We are also asking local community members of the Fayum region to tell us their stories and memories of the site. And one person has told us about a modern fertility ritual linked to the pyramid. Women who cannot have children walk up to the top of the pyramid 7 times and throw a stone from the top of it. If the stone falls and breaks, you are going to give birth to a girl. And if the stone is whole, you will give birth to a boy. So there are a lot of folklore and legend attached to the site.
通过这个金字塔呢，也衍生了现在很多的风俗。比如说有一个人说，我记得我的妈妈告诉我，如果当地的妇女她想要生孩子的话，他就爬到这个金字塔的顶端，要爬7次，然后要往下扔一个石头。如果这个石头摔成2半，那他就会生一个女儿；如果这个石头就是完整的，那他会生儿子。So what if the stone falls and just break into many pieces then?
So whilst doing our research, we've come across some difficult subjects, which we kind of refer to as dark truths. However, this darker part of the history of the site, we feel we need to address, as it kind of not addressing it would not give the whole story of the site. So even though these are not comfortable issues to talk about, we feel that they are part of the site's story, so need to be told.
这个金字塔当中呢，也有很多黑暗的现实，我们也需要有一定程度的展现。
One of these was that the excavator Flinders Petrie collected the skulls of the mummies that he found. He would cut the skulls off the body and take the skulls back to England. And this was because he believed in eugenics, which is the study of the human skull to determine racial characteristics. The bodies of the mummies would be left in Egypt and the skulls were transported to England.
当时有一个人，就是这个照片中的这个男人，他当时挖掘之后呢，他收集了很多木乃伊的头骨，他把这些身子留在了埃及，但是把这些头骨他带回了英国。
The objects found at Hawara are also now used to illustrate political debates about bringing the objects back from museums around the world because they belong to Egypt and the Egyptian people. And they have also been used in discussions about how human remains, such as mummies, are treated, and that in the scientific world, we forget that these bodies of humans that we put on display are actually people's ancestors.
这也引起了很多当今社会政治上的辩论，包括这些文物，他们现在在世界的各个地方，其实他们是属于埃及的，以及我们在这个展示的木乃伊，它其实是有些人的前辈。
So at present, the project's website, virtualhawara.com, is going to act as the home for all of our research information. And we hope that through the website, we will be able to engage local community members in Egypt, academics throughout the world, and also interested members of the public. So at the moment, this is where we are collating all of our research. We have active social media profiles and an ongoing blog, and also a page through which we are going to ask local community members who live around the pyramid to record some of their memories about the pyramid and also take over this aspect of the website so they have a sense of belonging and engagement with the project.
我们为这个金字塔呢建立了一个网站以及博客，以方便我们跟这个世界上对这个金字塔对研究感兴趣的人进一步联系。我们也是让当地住在金字塔周围的群众呢定期在博客上写他们生活的这个介绍。
Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
非常感谢大家。请问大家有问题吗？
刚才说的这个金字塔那个项目，在这个项目会有一个网站吗？因为他说要
做了一个网站，
做了一个网站，就专门是为这个金字塔。
是，然后大家一起来交流。
一起来交流。
对，
这个网站是属于他们这个。
应该是他们的，对。
你是想问这是？
没有，我就是问一下。
就是关于他们扫描完之后，还是一个利用的。
对。
Thank you very much.
那个
开了，我已经开了。大家要提问吗？
就是这个他们运营这个网站，就是他们这个团队一直在出人持续的运营下去，他们这个持续的时间。
对，那他这个运营是谁来负责的？是他们英国这个学校吗
？We may have a question, and we are glad to find that you have a website for people to visit, and who will be responsible for the general management and operation of this website, and how long it will last for people to use it?
At the moment, so it is myself and Gamal who are predominantly looking after the website and updating it with information. We hope at the moment it's going to be updated. It's a 3-year-long project, so we'll have at least new information being updated, hopefully monthly, to the project throughout the 3 years. And after that, we hope to keep the website running and active and continue community engagement and academic engagement with the website.
Thank you very much.
May I come here and add?
Of course.
Okay, can you translate first and then I will add a little bit.
Okay.
他们这个呢，实际上是一个3年的项目，然后目前来讲呢，他和 Gamal 是负责这个网站的日常的维护，但是呢，就是他们现在是每个月都会更新，他们是希望呢，在这个3年之后，3年里面肯定是每个月都会更新的，3年之后呢，他们还希望能使这个网站这个访问量是处于一种活跃的状态，然后使这个网站能够继续吸引更多的这个访问者。Thank you very much. Okay, Gamal.
Yeah, I will add that through all our research projects, we work with the local governments and the Department of the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities in Egypt and the local partners. What we do, we initiate the website, we maintain it, but we run it collaboratively with them. And this website should continue for the next at least 10 years. And once we finish our job, we will hand over the management of that website to our partners in Egypt on the long term.
Okay, that's your plan in the future. 那这个3年它可能是这样运行的，然后之后它会在当地与政府以及其他的这个人士去合作，然后看看能不能在合适的时候把它交给对方。Good idea, thank you, thank you very much.
他们那个网站文创是他们当地人去做，那么这些文创他们的落地是怎么来怎么来做的？就是刚才咱们看到那些文创是博物馆的呢？
纪念品那些。对，比如手机壳啊。
这跟他们没关系，这可能是大英博物馆，没博物馆。
刚才那些文创是他们网站的吗
？Just now you you showed us some of the artworks based on this kind of research.
Yeah.
And Professor Shen is very interested in for those cultural innovative artworks, who did it, who made it, and 你是想问他是谁做的吗？
谁做的？然后他们做了以后有没有市场化
？And who did it? And did you make promotions in the market to make it into a commercial field?
No, the original portraits, so the ones that were done in the Roman times, there were probably lots of different workshops working on this. They are they're Greek in style, however found in Egypt. The later promotions, because the portraits captured public imagination as soon as they found, different reproductions of the portraits have been happening for the past 400 years. So the ones that are currently on t-shirts and mobile phones, they have been made by various different people and museums throughout time. But at the moment, no, we haven't done any marketing yet. So they are usually made by the museums that hold the copyright to the objects.
就是还是博物馆有这个知识产权。Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Diane. Over to you, Bernadette.
来自不同的地方。
Hi.
So our next speaker is Dr. Bernadette Devillé. Speak louder, Bernadette.
Can you hear now?
Sound is quite low.
Better now?
Oh, you keep coming in and out.
You hear me now?
Yes, your voice is not consistent, Bernadette. If you can just speak louder or make the mic closer to your mouth.
You hear me now?
It's from a distance. It's not really clear voice. No.
No.
Now?
Oh. It may be the earphones if you unplug them.
So is that better?
Yes, but if you can speak louder, that's it.
Okay. I thought it was going to be better with headphones. Apparently not. So can you see my screen?
We can see your screen, but you need to speak a bit louder.
Okay. So what's happening? Okay. So can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes, that's better. And the screen, we can see your screen.
Great. Thank you. So if I'm going to try to be very slow, but if you can translate as well, that'd be great. Thanks. So I'm going to present capturing residential heritage after earthquakes, the experience from Chile.
这个的就是他要讲的是住宅遗产，然后是引用的是一个励志的一个
I will look into three laser scanning, which is the same method that Anthony was showing to document the Nottingham Castle.
就是跟刚才那个 Anthony 教授差不多的，就是他会给大家展示一下这个住宅遗产的一些东西。
This method is currently used for heritage intervention, preservation, and post-earthquake assessment, museum collections, and many other applications.
这个呢是对于一个是就是住宅的遗产，然后呢就是它的一个遗迹，还有呢就是展览的一些东西的。
But also, these records provide a unique type of documenting in which everyday life can be captured inside the buildings through people, objects, and furniture.
这个呢就是通过那个
like how people use their spaces.
来反映的就是一个大家是怎么使用他们的空间的。
And this is relevant to potentially inform architectural interventions.
就是
And this is also relevant in the context of Chile, of heritage villages of Chile that are at risk of damage and destruction due to earthquakes.
这个呢是为大家展示的就是一个地震过后的一个遗迹。
And also reconstruction processes that follow after those earthquakes. And reconstruction, for reconstruction, records are very important. So the aim of this essay is to explore if 3 laser scanning could be an effective way of accurately recording heritage dwellings.
Sorry, Bernadette, could you speak a bit louder, please?
Sorry. So I was saying that the records are very important for the processes of reconstruction after earthquakes.
它这个主要是用了就地震过后的一些数据。
And I'm going to show this is part of my PhD, in which I look at reconstruction and record and explore alternatives, ideas for heritage areas after earthquakes in Chile.
这个就是我在博士的时候研究的一个课题，就是通过这个数据来重新展示在地震过程中的这个智利的居民生活的情况。
So Chile is relevant because we have earthquakes all the time, similar to China.
智利的话，它也是在一个地震带上，就像中国的有些地方一样，它经常地震。
And I focus on housing in heritage areas, which is not normally the focus of study because it's not monuments.
我们的研究重点呢是一些房屋，因为它们不属于这种历史保护的那种，就是保护类建筑，所以经常被忽略。
However, they are important because they are sustainable, built with local resources, and being the expression of cultural festivities and expressions of the people.
但是他们在这个历史当中也是很重要的，因为他们有持续性，也表达了当地居民的生活情况。
So instead of recording for replication, I use 3 laser scanning as a way to question the reconstruction processes.
这个就是用这个3D 模型重建了当时的情况。
And mainly as a method of analysis.
然后会用于分析。
As a methodology, in 2013, I surveyed 3 heritage areas in Chile.
然后我对这个文物保护的这个地方做了研究。
San Lorenzo de Tarapacá, Lolol and Zúñiga, affected by different earthquakes.
有2个地方，上面的这个叫，这个怎么念呢？Para
don't worry. Thanks for that.
下面的地方是这个露露，反正大家可以自行脑补一下吧。然后这2个地方呢，在不同的地震中，就是它造成了一些影响。
First, San Lorenzo de Tarapacá, affected by the 2005 earthquake, and it was already reconstructed by 2013, yet with buildings in ruins.
第一个地方，它是在2005年，它有一个地震，然后到了2013年，也没有正常的恢复到就是正常的生活当中。
I took 178 scans with an assistant in this village.
我对这个村庄进行了179次的扫描。
And I'm going to show you a video now. Can you see the video?
然后接下来我给大家展示一个视频。
Can you confirm that you're seeing the video now, please?
Yes, we do see it.
Thank you. Yes, so this is the village. The scanning process was mainly on the streets with some sample of interiors.
所以这个扫描的这个过程呢，主要是在大街上，然后也运用了一些物件。
And you can see the black circles is where the scanner was placed. So mainly it was 1 scan per room.
不知道大家能不能看到一些黑色的点儿？看到了一些。这个黑点就是扫描发生的地方。每个房间扫描1次。
And the main thing here was that we scanned this village we scanned the 3 villages in 3 days each. So 3 days in this village.
我们当时 扫描了3个村庄，每个村庄我们扫描了3天。
And that was because the idea was to see how much data you can get in only 3 days to resemble a post-earthquake survey.
也取决了在每个村庄里我们可以用到的数据，以便我们成像出这个情况。
Going to take this out and carry on with the presentation. There you go. So these villages are similar. They have a square and church and the dwellings around it.
这个村庄也其实还蛮相似的，有一个广场，还有一个这个教堂。
And almost the whole village was possible to obtain in these 3 days.
我们应该在3天之内把这个村庄全部扫描完成。
But only some samples of interiors.
但是我们只找到了一些相关的这个数据和这个样式。
A series of outcomes can be obtained from the data, like these architectural sections.
所以这个最后的结果也会有一些变化。
Plans and elevations as well. And this allows producing architectural and technical drawings with precision of millimeters in a much safer way.
大家可以看到，这些数据还包括了一些对这个建筑物的这个正面和侧面的这个，应该是，扫描。
This is because, for example, in this ruined and unstable house, we will spend only 6 minutes per scan, and we only took 4 scans, so that diminished the time we are in this house that is unsafe.
比如说有一些房屋它是不安全的，比如说这个房屋，我们当时在里面只待了6分钟，所以有一些的扫描会比较有限。
The second village was Lolol, affected by the 2010 earthquake, and houses here were under repair and reconstruction.
第2个被这个地震损坏的这个村庄是叫鲁鲁，它在2010年有一个地震，现在它还在被修复当中。
This is a plan view of the village.
这个就是它这个村庄的一个景观。
And here you can see the public square. Sorry, that's the public square. That's the church, and around the houses as well.
所以你也可以看到它的公共广场，还有它的教堂以及这个居民区。
This is a zoom plan where you can see the details of the houses.
所以在这个上面你可以看到它这个房屋的情况。
This is an axonometric, the same view.
这个是一样的房屋，不一样的角度。
An elevation of the street.
然后这个街面的这个情况。
This house was under repair, so the scan captured that process with the materials.
这个房屋在修复当中，你可以看到这个扫描的情况，也用了一些新建的这个材料。
And finally, Zúñiga, affected also by the 2010 earthquake, and no repair was done yet, so it was very similar to how the earthquake left it.
第三个村庄叫祖尼嘎，2010年地震，但是还没有进行任何的修复，所以现在的情况跟这个地震发生的时候非常相像。
So again, this was scanned in 3 days by 2 people. And this is the main square, the church, and all the surrounding houses.
这个也是我们2个人运用了3天去扫描。这个村庄也有一个广场，还有教堂，还有它的居民区。
And to finish, I will show you the 2 houses, this one here and this one here, which is important to capture because normally there are not documents of houses in Chile, either because they are too old or difficult to find in archives.
接下来我给大家展示2组房屋，在这个智利的文献当中很少能找到对这个房屋的这个描述，他们要么就是保护的不好，要么就是太老了。
So yes, here you can see a plan. And elevation.
所以你可以看到这个房屋的俯视图跟这个侧面图。
And all of this was from the 3D scan survey done in 2 hours.
这些都是在2个小时之内完成的3D 扫描。
Here we can see that a person was still living inside, even though the 2 next rooms were severely affected.
你可以看到现在那个房屋虽然有2个这个屋子已经被损坏了，有一个屋子里还住着人。
Which was a potential danger because it wasn't structurally safe.
其实这是结构上是很危险的。
And also revealed poor living conditions.
同时也呈现了很贫困的生活状态。
And moving into the other house, on the bottom right.
另外一个右下角的房屋。
I superimposed the 3 laser scanning, which is the colored images, with a hand measured drawing to compare the limitations.
它是先用3D 扫描，后面又用手绘补了一下。
So this is an isometric view from the 3D scan.
大家可以看到这个俯视图，还有侧面图。
And here is the 3D scan superimposed with the hand measured survey done by the architects that were repairing this house.
然后这当中还加入了当地的建筑师，他对这个房子也进行了一个结构的一个画图。
Here you can see that the 3 laser scanning was more accurate than the hand measured drawing.
大家可以看到这个3D 的扫描再加上手绘会更加的精确。
And also that the 3 laser scan captured relevant distortions and cracks due to the earthquake.
3D 扫描也呈现了后面对房屋修护的情况。
And also that one part of the house had an angle of rotation in relation of the facade that the hand measured drawing didn't capture.
当时这个房子倾斜，你看到有一个倾斜的这个角度，也被这个3D 扫描给记录下来了。
To finish, just some concluding thoughts. I have demonstrated how 3 laser scanning can be an efficient and affordable post-earthquake documenting tool.
我做一下结语。3D 扫描可以作为一个非常有效用的一个途径，来展示灾后的情况。
That it can capture a lot of data in a limited time frame, which is relevant in case of earthquakes.
它可以在有限的时间内去收集很多的数据，特别是整个这个村庄的数据。
Potentially informing and speeding up repair and reconstruction processes.
同时也可以继续呈现修复的情况。
The limitations can be solved by complementing with other methods like photography or aerial drones.
它也有一些有限的地方，但是可以通过其他的方式来完善，比如说摄像以及这个无人机的一个照相。
So it can be a basis to establish a comprehensive digital record.
所以可以作为一个电子文献的一个基础。
So the record offers many possibilities. I have shown the uses in architectural intervention and reconstruction after disasters.
这个也提供了无限的可能性。我给大家展示了这个，它这个修复的情况。在这个特别是在那个灾难之后。
However, we need to continue understanding, critiquing, and maximizing its potential so it can be used as a form of heritage preservation. Thank you.
所以接下来我们可以进一步的理解和这个挖掘它可以做的，特别是用来呈现一个电子的文化遗产。谢谢大家。
Thanks, Bernadette. Can I have one question or two questions to Bernadette? Then after that, we can break for 5 minutes and come back to the open discussions.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
细碎的东西可以让你测量。
你只要有足够多相似性，
就相当于是坐标一样，所有的坐标。
而且它是有数据。
So are there any questions?
Are there any questions to Bernadette?
Thank you very much.
问题吗？
All right. If there are no questions.
No question. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. So let us have a break now. I know it's already late in China, and then this is our third hour. Just break 5 minutes, come back for open discussions about the round tables that we discussed, and then we can really wrap up by 1 o'clock as agreed, or in 1 hour. So 5 minutes or 7 minutes break, please.
5 minutes.
Okay, see you 10 minutes later.
All right.
Minutes? 5? Okay.
Hello, everybody's back?
Yep.
Yeah, we are back.
All right. First of all, I really appreciate it. It's too late already in Beijing, and I think we'll try to. Unfortunately, the time difference is getting bigger during the winter time here in the UK, but we'll try to really wrap this as soon as we can, and I really appreciate it. So this is the final part, which we will hope to really have a few panels, just kind of thematic topics to discuss. Before we start, can I take you through just one thing in response to your question about the website? I would like to show example of a project that we have worked on, and we try to preserve a heritage site, World Heritage Sites in Jordan. Do you see my screen now?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So, Professor Shen, I will speak, and then I will be silent so can our team or our colleagues translate. This is a project, a sample of a project where we have a website developed with the local partners.
啊，他们当地的合作操作。
这是哪儿啊？乌米和中东的一个。
对，乌马，哇塞，heritage，感觉像。
约旦。
约旦。
它这个是跟当地一起合作建立的一个网站。
It is a big Roman site in Jordan.
这是约旦的一个罗马遗迹。
And we are trying to record the ruins, the old history, the archaeology, and different digital archives.
我们试着对这个进行很多材料的收集。
This project we do it with the University of Leeds, who are leading it, and a number of local Jordanian partners and museums.
这个项目是和利兹大学一起合作的，然后当中也有很多约旦的大学在一起。
And I'm showing this to show you examples of what we can do in a similar but on a bigger scale, of course, in Old Summer Palace.
就是想给大家呈现一下咱们一个合作的可能性，特别是针对这个圆明园。
So we hope to work together to produce the research in two languages, of course, in Chinese or Mandarin and in English.
咱们的合作可以是用2种语言，中文和英文，我们可以发表。
We run extensive research in history, and virtual tours.
我们的研究包括了这个历史，还有虚拟的。
We work with the communities and interview them and engage with them about heritage engagement, and we do a lot of studies on how the heritage of that site is relevant to the city.
其他的还包括许多的，包括附近的村庄啊，政治啊，就凡是跟这个相关的，我们都做一些研究。
And we produce digital or virtual galleries about history and different parts of the history of the heritage site.
当中包括一个虚拟的画廊，这里面包括了很多的艺术品，不同风格的。
So, as example, here we did certain laser scanning of some of the Roman Roman theater.
举个例子来说，我们对一个罗马的它这个剧院做了一个3D 的建模。
Just a second, it's uploading all the details. Yeah. So can you see here? Site is very detailed, and you can visit and navigate around that history or that historic site and its details.
所以可以方便大家进行一个虚拟的游览，这里面有很多细节。
This is on certain parts of the site. But we can also do this for certain artifacts and objects similar to the dragons. Here, for example.
除了建筑物之外，我们也对一些物件进行了这个3D 的建模。
So these are similar artifacts to the old summer palace, where we scan it and then make sure it is virtually accessible.
这个就是我们进行了3D 的扫描之后，我们可以进行这个虚拟的观看。
Sorry. And this could be to any objects that we have on site. But we also, sorry. We also go and interview and talk to people. About their food culture, how they eat, how they irrigate, how to develop vegetation.
这当中也有一些对当地文化的了解，包括当地的人在跟你介绍如何种地和他们的农业。
And those are local people and were interviewed in local language, in Arabic.
我们也对当地的人进行采访，他们是用阿拉伯语来回答我们的问题的。
And then we have this virtual tours where you can really explore the site itself.
当中包括了这个虚拟的游览。
Where you can see and navigate around the site, and a map that's generated by our team. And these are 360.
这个整个的3D 地图都是由我们的团队来建立的。
And go into certain spaces and generate this kind of virtual tours. of these buildings and spaces.
这是之前的一个商店。
And of course, there will be a lot of study about the history. Where you can see origins. Understanding of that history and digital galleries. About how they have become, how the history of that map. And so on. And finally, galleries. About everything here, for example, you can see even the detailed archaeological and detailed pavements, historic objects, and so on. So something like this. It's a website developed by a research collaboration with teams, including us, University of Leeds, with the Department of Antiquities and Museum of Jordan. And after a period of 5 years, the museum where we maintain the site is co-owned and then becomes a property of the Department of Antiquities in Jordan. Thank you. This is just to give you a glimpse of what we hope to reproduce, and this is something that we have been working on a while. Then now we will move into our topics of the panels. The first topic of the panels is led by Professor Shen, and we would like to explore together in 10 minutes how you would like us to gather and to collect the data gathering and archival records of the old Summer Palace. It's obviously very huge, and we would like to know, is there any particular part that you guys at BIT would like us to start to investigate, and what kind of resources that you would like to collect and to work with us on it? Because obviously most of these resources are based in China. Professor Shen?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
All right. So can you please translate what I just mentioned?
第一个话题呢，主要是对于圆明园数据的收集方面，我们想更多了解一下，因为很多数据它是在中国，然后您希望就是我们这些数据如何采集，如何分享，如何进行操作吧？
是这样，就是现在我们这边就是圆明园的数据采集，我们已经开始做了，而且做了很多，基本上的数据采集我们都可以做到。我们现在状况是这样，而且关于就是包括它的，因为圆明园已经是一个遗址公园了，它的实体建筑已经消失了，它仅存的就是大水法这一块，以及附近的一些残垣断壁和它的一些建筑石块呀等等，主要的建筑实体木质的都已经烧没有了，还有一些就是它的遗址，这些我们已经开始做扫描了，所以我们不太清楚，我们也想知道你们想获得的这些数据是什么，用来做什么。谢谢。
Okay. About the collection, the records of data nowadays, we have already initiated, and we've been doing that for a long time, and we've finished and accomplished it a lot. To be frankly, nowadays what we can see is just the relics. We do not have very authentic or real objects besides 大水法. for the next point is what we are interested as well. What kind of data do you think you need, and how you would like to do that? And also, when you get the data, what would you plan to do in the next stage? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shen. I think the key question, because we would like to collectively develop a conservation plan for the site, and it just depends on the plan with the Old Summer Palace authority themselves. I understand there is a purpose for this collaboration in order to work together to preserve the records, try to produce new data sets and exhibitions, hopefully, for the Old Summer Palace site. Is that correct?
他说这个他的理解说这个事儿呢是咱们双方在进行，包括这个做计划呀、数据的采集呀，咱们都得和圆明园的这个当局，就是他的这个目前的这个管委会去。那么有关我们怎么去记录这个，用什么方式去这个获取这个数据，还有这个进一步在做什么，我想是咱们双方的事儿。那我给您提个建议，就是说，那就干脆下面就
咱们的计划，
对，就
跟农卫咱们做什么？
这个看是双方的，不是，我觉得就干脆那个把任务分一下，对，就是对吧？就是分一个任务表 assignment， 我们做什么，他们做什么，对吧？我们怎么样去把这个任务那个合作性的把它完成？
另外，我们跟圆明园的合作不只是局限这一点，就是跟他们和圆明园跟我们的合作不是只是局限于数字化这一块，我们还有其他的合作，可能就跟他们是没有关系的，这个他也要清楚。我们跟他的合作是我们跟圆明园合作的一部分。
Gamal, Professor Shen understands quite well about the collaboration between the two parts, between our two sides. Of course, we will collectively do this development of the project. So she strongly suggests we could divide the task. Like you can suggest what you would like to do, and we would like, or we suggest what we would like to do, and then this forms the whole picture of the first stage of data collection. Is that okay?
Yes, that's absolutely fine.
Okay, and besides, Professor Shen would like to say something about the context of the collaboration. She said, actually before the negotiation or meeting with you, BIT has initiated cooperation with the Old Summer Palace Authority in different aspects, and she believes the digital part of this collaboration between our two parts could form a part of the big project of the cooperation between BIT and the Old Summer Palace, which could play a very solid foundation for the further promotion or development of our projects.
This is exactly our understanding, and we agree in details on this.
Okay, so next we would like to say one of the tasks after this meeting is we may give each side different side could raise a suggestion about our specific task or plans. Is that okay?
Yes, that's absolutely fine. I think what we wanted out of this meeting, Professor Shen and BIT, is just if we are to understand the context of the Old Summer Palace, because we understood that you need to collaborate with you on it, but we have limited information on its historic background, which we learned a lot about it today.
Okay, thank you.
What we normally do in such collaboration as part of BIT initiatives is just to have 3 different tasks or major work. First one is the establishing of the historical and archival history of the site. Second task, which will be about documenting and recording the site as accurately as possible today, including the archaeology, artifacts, objects, and buildings. And the third task is about to produce new creative media outputs for public engagement, where all that history is combined with the digital records.
Okay, thank you.他说我们这个下面需要做的呢是3件事情。第一个呢就是我们去如何构建就是我们的这个历史性的档案。第二个呢就是我们也需要到现场上去做一些这个数据的采集和记录，包括一些地理位置上的呀，一些这个建筑方面的呀，一些物件啊，还有一些建筑。第三个呢就是咱们如何呢就是通过这个项目呢也这个向大众去宣传，然后吸引他们的一些注意力。Okay, the 3 aspects are very important.
Yeah, yeah. 这个家长还有一个 PPT.
By the way, Mr. Zhang has a PPT to present.
我有个请求，可以跟他说把那个 Jordan 那个 project 的 link， 那个网站 link 发到这个 team 当中。Professor Gamal?
Yes, please.
Hello. Could you please?
Hello, yes, I hear.
Yeah, could you please share the Jordan project link?
Yes.
Okay, you can text in the Microsoft team. Is that okay?
Yes, we'll do. We'll do it. Yes.
让他把那个 link 写了。
然后那个家长是不是要讲一下？
对，要说。
说一下吧。还有一个，你跟他说还有一个人的这个，我们这边有2个人要宣讲，还有一个博士的这个研究还没有讲。他们是不是也有一个还没有讲？
还有个中国人。
对。Gamal, Mr. Zhang, the doctor candidate will have a presentation of his PPT, and should we have another lecturer or presenter from your part next?
No, we have concluded. We did a lot of presentations today, 3, and we spent almost 2 hours. So I think we have done whatever you finish your presentations. We wanted to discuss if there are more practical issues to can facilitate, but this could be done in another meeting with Professor Shen individually.
You mean we started to discuss, and if we have more presentation, we'll do it in the next meeting?
We are happy now if you have more presentations to do now. But I'm saying that further discussion could come later.
Okay.
那就来吧，你来吧，加吧，你来上吧。你的那个是我已经下载了。
我不知道你那里就是。
他们这个 Jordan 的项目是由英国艺术研究所赞助。
Hold on. 就你准备今天讲的那个。
你应该的，来你说吧，来，你是坐在希望坐在哪里？来坐这个那个什么？就坐这儿，坐这儿。没有。还没有，还没下。对，我们还要共享。没有。感冒没有出来，对对对。为什么我们这边就看不到感冒？现在还可以看到。现在可以看到。好，可以。Now Mr. Zhang is sharing his slide.
Yes.
首先非常感谢各位教授在数字遗产这方向做出努力，然后也非常感谢他与我们分享这些知识。
And thank you very much first for your efforts in digital heritage and your sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. Thank you very much, professors.
接下来的一些项目是我们的团队在以往的几年做过的一些项目，然后希望可以就是大家互相做一个探讨。
And next, I will show the work completed by our team in the previous years. And I really welcome your suggestions and further discussion.
首先，我们看到的这个项目是我们在2016年做的，是对于一个山西省的一个古村落的一个数字复原的一个项目。
And this is the recovery project of an ancient village in Shanxi province. 放成那个什么最大？对，没有，已经是最大。没有，你自己的页面最大化，你在那儿没有点那个。双屏。对，你没有在那边点那个，就是放 F5，就是点 F5。
还是说是
哦，你不是 F， 对。
是这样的。
对，它这个是在啊。
换下一页，它是不是卡掉了？卡了。哦，这是卡掉了，这个不是我这儿的问题。
你要不然重新弄一下。
好。
对，重新加的会看一下。Sorry, the connection it's not working. I'll restart. 不是。是。对。好。放你要共享一下，还是再去点共享？
看不到。可以看到。
应该得全世界。对。这样特别好。怎么这么慢？我觉得是慢。是你有空想过来吗？很慢哎。共享过来就是慢。哎，好，非常好，非常好。
很专业的那种。没有，它非常慢。然后我们其实很荣幸，是我们基本上我感觉是在大体上是在同一个工作流程上去制作的，所以我们在技术交流的时候，我觉得我们会有一些共同点。
I'm sure that we have some common point in technical exchange.
然后这个乡村在这个项目中，我们也是对整个村落的其中5座典型的院落进行了扫描和复原。
We did laser scanning and recovery in 5 yards.
我们也是有2种方法，一种是利用那个3维激光扫描，生成点云，然后来制作这样的村落的模型。
We have 2 methodologies to realize it. The first one, we use 3D laser scanning to form point cloud data.
然后第二种，这个在这次项目中，我们最终是将它生成了一个数字模型来，就是在基于点云数据的基础上，相当于是重新构建了这样的3D 模型。
And based on this point cloud, we set up the model of this yard.
然后第二种方法是通过摄影测量的办法。
And the second methodology we use is to use the photography measured project.
如您所见，这使用无人机对在浙江省的一座明代的古桥进行了数字复原。
And this is one of the other. This is the other project that we used unmanned vehicle to recover an old bridge in Zhejiang province.
这个是我们这次在项目中对圆明园的部分实质构建进行的一些扫描。
And this is for some of the objects in this older summer palace. We did some of the scanning, 3D, 3-dimensional scanning.
这是对一座小型的佛教的建筑雕塑进行的复原。
And this is the recovery project of a Buddha sculpture, Buddhist sculpture.
通过您上面几位案例的讲解，我感觉到，我们其实在技术上是有一些共同性，然后这应该是我们之后相互合作的一个基础。
And I also saw we reached some common understanding, and also we did something common. So I believe we've already placed a very solid base for further collaboration between our 2 parts.
相比于我们这样就是短期的实践，您对于那个长期的以及大场景的扫描会更有经验一些。我们也希望在这个地方学到更多的一些经验和知识。
Comparing with the short practices we did, I'm sure you have you have more experience in bigger projects. Huge projects under bigger context. So I would like to learn from you and to collaborate with you.
谢谢。
Okay, that's all. Thank you. This is a very short presentation of the task we finished. Thank you very much.
Yes. No, thank you very much. And to be honest, we appreciate that young generations and early career researchers are more engaged with such new technologies, and with every one of them will help us really to explore more about their capacity.
他说非常高兴能看到年轻人现在会用这么多新技术来完成这样子的，然后之后呢，我们也会扩大我们合作的这个体量。
As perhaps our team presented today, digital modeling and laser scanning is not only the one thing to do. We just use it as a tool to preserve history, archaeology, and engage the public.
当然我们看到了一些数字建模，然后还有这个扫描，这肯定不是我们这个唯一需要做的。我们更多的需要呢，再从历史的角度来找到它的精准性。
We have a very general aim or goal in our projects is And this goal is to make heritage sites accessible to the public, to communities, and to share a lot about the stories of people living in or around it.
其实呢，就是说我们有一个比较宽泛一点的这个目标，就是希望把这种文化遗产的这种事情能让大众所接触到，然后呢，也让就是这个也能给他们讲出来，就是生活在其中的一些故事。
对对，这也是我们做文化遗产研究的一个目的。
And that's the goal we may share to do this kind of heritage work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think what we could benefit from, and this is something that we need to discuss with Professor Shen, is to have exchange. So for example, like Mr. Yang, who spoke now about his work to laser scanning, he can really spend some time with us in office if they have time, and then to learn from our team. And at the same time, we hope to get our researchers over to BIT to really work and examine the site, and then to work with you in China.
这个就是他们也是说这个这个好处呢，做这个事情的好处呢，大家要共同有，那么这个互相交流，这个刚才例如这个严老师所说的，就是所做的这些东西，那么以后呢，未来我们也会这个我们的团队之间共同的去做一些研究，然后去这个现场去考察一些东西。
对他们下一步是哪计划？具体的实施是
？What's your plan? And do you have a schedule about what you will do next?
Yes. What we plan, and I think to have 3 parallel teams. And each team will have a researcher from NTU and a researcher from BIT to handle each one of the 3 tasks. So we hopefully we have a researcher from our side to work with the researcher from BIT on the history and archaeology of the Old Summer Palace. And I hope someone from your side can work with Dr. Diane Ren on this.
这个第一个就是这个双方都派人，然后我们对历史方面的东西和这个能够搜集到的这些档案性的东西，我们在一块儿合作。
And we will have another team led by Mr. Anthony Piddock on the laser scanning and photogrammetry models. And we hope one of your young researchers or one of your staff can work collaboratively with Mr. Anthony, so we can coordinate how to digitally record which part of the site, because it's huge, and how to digital model it.
然后第二个团队的话呢，就是去拍照呀，去建模呀，然后那个让咱们这边的一些年轻人啊加入到这个Anthony 的他的团队里面啊，去把这些记录性的东西做了。Okay?
Yeah. Good.
And we hope to have a 3rd person on the digital creative media and work with our team, with Bernadette or somebody else, to really develop new creative galleries or digital exhibitions on the artwork related to the site, to the Old Summer Palace.
第3个团队呢，就是主要是做媒体推广方面的，我们做一些画廊啊，或者做一些这个数字展示啊。Okay.
So these will be 3 smaller parallel teams develop their research and development or outputs along each one of the strands that we hope to cover. But in my view, because we are speaking 2 different languages, it's important that we have this smaller team have common language between them. So somebody speaks English, somebody speaks Chinese, to make sure we communicate well.
他在他们那边的话呢，就是分成这样的小组，然后呢，有人能说英文，也有人能说中文，这样便于咱们合作。And so do we. 我们也会这样。
Great.
Yeah.
So I think our first task following this meeting, we will start to assign one person from each side to lead on the 3 main strands, and I will supervise myself from my side how each one of these 3 strands will have a detailed plan and timetable, and we can really follow this plan.
他们那个他就说这个我们双方能不能就是确定好一个负责这个项目管理的这样的一个主管，他们那边呢他来，然后呢这个我们这边然后也那个有一位，然后这样子的话就比较好推进。就You would do the administration of this project and in your part, and Professor Shen will do the job in our part. Is that okay?
Yes, that will be great, and this is the plan.
Okay.
We will have very soon a web page on NTU that we hope it shows the center, the joint center, and my colleagues here, Liu and Fu Zhengji, will be administering that website, so you can include any material you want on it, any staff name, any persons.
然后他们那边的话呢，就是对于这个建这个中心呢，他们对于这个网站这一块有一个人，那么我们也会有一个人。
And the website will be produced in both languages, so Chinese, and that's why both of them will be in charge of it and have easy communication with Professor Shen.
这个网站呢也是用中英文，of course bilingual. Thank you.
So what we hope to really achieve today, we have a background on the site. We hope to follow your guidance. If you need to focus on one particular part of the old Summer Palace site, because it's huge, to start with.
这个我们看看我们这边有没有什么觉得就是，毕竟这个项目这么大，那么我们从哪一个就是艺术的角度，我们从哪里开始入手？从哪个点开始入手？我们有没有？
万方安和。
对，我们
就可以从。
你的那个名字叫什么？不是，就是你刚才说的那个。
万方安和。
万字法。
对。就是
你把那个页给到。
万方安和。它是人民园40景之一。
那个房子是一个。
你是要做修复还是要做？
做复建吧。
复建，对，
可以做复建，然后。因为那个点比较，
好像不是在这边，
就是那一本，就是圆明园那一本，
是这个吗？
圆明园那一本，
乾隆，
这长春园，
长春园，
要找圆明园那一本，
不是这个，
对，这个在这里，看了就知道怎么解释。
万字法，
对，这个是，
万方安和，也就是说它是代表着整个天下都一片和谐，啊，就是皇上的。所有的江山一片祥和，大概这个意思。
Just now, when Mr. Yan presented you 40 pictures, do you still remember one of them is a picture we call it as harmony and in all directions?
他说那是一个。能看到吗？
没开上。
我是说我们怎么都看不到，什么都看不到呢？
可以连线互动，
或者你把那个屏幕刚共享一下，刚才那个 PPT 里面啊。
然后再看看这边这个。
要看那个字。
Can I ask for one thing? Can I ask for one thing? Because I know that this might need some time to discuss between yourselves. Can I ask Professor Shen to prepare just a certain section of the site with your agreement? because you know the initiative with Old Summer Palace, but we don't know it. So you will have priorities and first area better. And then you can send us even in brief document in Chinese, and we will translate it. And we will try to really work out the exact plan and timetable for us to work with you on it.
他说您能不能准备一下，然后出一个协议出来，然后这个他们可以帮着翻译，那个，然后接下来呢就是按照这个协议呢就把一个时间表做出来。那咱们自己做，咱们咋会让人家做那个翻译？对，所以他说我们这个合作协议，
他给我们把中文的翻译成
英文，对，就是这个我们要是做好了以后，我们肯定中英文一起提供给他一个协议嘛，协议的中英文版本。
另外，我想问一下他们的点是什么？刚才他问了我们的这个点着落的点，然后他的点是那3个。那么在圆明园当中，他想从哪个点开始
？Just now we showed you the starting point of this project. Professor Chen would like to know from which point or which special aspect would you initiate this project? Should we have an agreement first?
Yes, we already have an agreement to collaborate, and I set out the 3 strands that we will work with: history and archaeology of site, digital modeling, and we have the equipment and the team to come and laser scan or photogrammetry the site. And we will then, as a second phase, so first phase, history and archaeology. We need to know the stories. You mentioned poets, novels, popular culture. We need to really come to terms with this. This is phase 1. Phase 2.
第一阶段，他就是要做这个历史性的文献性的这个研究嘛。
And this will be the starting point. Phase 2 will be digital modeling.
他们的扫描什么时候？计划什么时候开始
？About phase 2, when would you like to start your scanning?
We hope to do it in the spring when we can travel. Because of coronavirus, we cannot travel now.
Yeah, yes.
他说本来就想
现在，对，但是这是一个没有办法预知，不知道什么时候能够开始。
Now we cannot have a schedule about when you can scan, right?
Yes. We hope between now and the spring that the coronavirus issues will be sorted. Then we can come with our team, do the laser scanning. We can bring our management and launch the center at BIT in a big event.
Professor Shen and Gamal, do you think it would be beneficial for us to exchange historical literatures before having 3D scanning?
Yes, that's exactly what we hope to have.
Yeah. 所以就是说，您看这样行不行，申教授？就是咱们在这个就是物理的这个3D 扫描之前，咱们可以把其他的这些信息，如果您这边觉得能共享的，咱们可以共享一下，包括圆明园的历史资料，一些文献等等。其实就是Gamal的意思是，因为咱们是做一些很多人文性的修复，所以就是先把这方面了解一下，也是很重要的一个部分。
是的。另外呢，我们考虑到，因为圆明园它现在是一个遗址公园， 那么它所有的这些材料其实很大一部分是流失在海外，所以呢，我觉得这个研究呢，我觉得是我们是不是可以从2方面，一方面我们这边呢是可以做很多文献的研究，比如说我们提供的是非常对我们有很多确凿的文献的史料研究，但是流失的文物，我觉得你们那边能不能做一些工作，就是圆明园海外流失文物这一块，可能你们就有很大的优势来去做研究。
还有一个点，对，还有一个点啊，当时1860年，大量的就是英国士兵和法国士兵，他们当时做了很多的记录，写的日记，甚至也有可能他们的随军那个记者通过当时最早的照相机拍摄了一些圆明园未毁之前的照片。如果能够去在欧洲某一个小角落里面找到一点这种照片的档案，那对于我们这个圆明园的研究会是一个非常大的一个突破，因为现在国内没有见着1860年之前的照片。
Professor Chen says it's no problem for us to share historical and archive reference all materials, and from the other side, some of the treasures nowadays are stored in foreign museums. About that part, we did not have archive or record at all. So we could divide the task into 2 parts. We collect historical and archive material from our inland part, and you may do it from the overseas part, and then we can share that. And also, Mr. Yan mentions before 1860, some British soldiers and French soldiers had even the journals, notes, or photos. If it is before, of course, these materials were taken before they were ruined. Then if it is possible that you can collect them from even the corners in different European countries, that could contribute a lot and promote the further development of the project. That's what we suggest.
And I totally agree with this plan, Professor Chen. I think we will have Dr. Diane Wren, our big archaeological investigator, and digging into the history of museums and collections to supervise as someone from our side. So we'll get a researcher on this. I would like also to brief you that we started already investigating in the UK, and we found some exclusive resources about documents acquired from 18th century emperor seal with emperor records and seals from the old summer palace. However, under the current situation, these are exclusive. You cannot really access them online, and we are awaiting for the British Library to open, and then because this has a special access. How far we can get from that material, I'm not sure, but we can really certainly detect all the information and research the information about the old summer palace in Europe and the US.
中间有一段我没听太清楚，因为那个线啊是断断续续的。那个刘老师，您来帮着说一下好吗？
我刚才的理解是，就是我们这边对之前的一些文献的收集已经启动了。我们在这个博物馆里面，各大欧洲的博物馆、英国博物馆，还有美国的博物馆都有，就是一些资源。就当中包括就18世纪，一些就是皇帝他的这种手稿和印章等等。就这些文献，其实我们好像他刚才说的是大英图书馆 是有的。所以因为现在疫情的原因，他那边已经关掉了，但是我们现在在跟他们积极的联系，然后看看后续能有什么发展。对，所以这些工作已经开始进展起来。
Okay, thank you very much. Glad to hear that.
他说的第3部分，比如说这种媒体的推广，它的具体的做法，希望做什么？是建立一个网站呢，还是怎么样一个推广法？还是专门为圆明园？就是他的想法是什么
？Just now, Gamal mentioned to use some media approaches to engage the public concerns, the public interest of the Old Summer Palace. Would you please explain it in details? What you would do next and what kind of methodology we will use, like to construction or to build up a website or by some other ways? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think that's why I used the example of Jordan, and I shared the link here. The site in Jordan are very well known in the country, but nobody knows about it beyond Jordan. And the Ministry of Antiquities there wanted everybody to know globally, to know about it. And what we hope to achieve in the Old Summer Palace, that similarly, that we can bring that history to demonstration and creative media displays. This will have exhibitions in China, in the Old Summer Palace. We can do exhibition here in the UK, in Nottingham and elsewhere. So this would be whatever we collect data about the site, the history of the site, and its digital media, will try to create an interactive environment, digital database, galleries, history, and we will try to make sure it is accessible from mobile phones, from computers, online, or VR tours. But this all will be through the Old Summer Palace Authority and yourselves. We will technically develop the material, we combine them, reconstruct the historical model of the site, and we will agree with you about the best way to engage the public with it, in China or abroad.
他说呢，就是这个媒体推广方面呢，我们可以看到就是约旦的刚才那个网站，我们会发现呢，就是除了约旦这个全球对它的了解也不是那么多，那么这个同样的办法呢，就是说我们也可以像这样的去做一些这样的网站，那么。除此之外呢，我们会在中国呀，在英国都做一些展览，从历史的角度让更多的人去了解这些东西，然后可以做一些互动，比如说数字媒体方面的呀，做一些画廊啊，也可以让它出现在这个手机啊，或者是电脑，以及这个就是虚拟现实的这个旅游这个方面。那么从这个技术角度上来说，这些都是可以实现的。对，然后我们这个为这些修复呢，就是在现代社会里面也去奠定一些基础。
是明白。
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. I think further conversations will happen, but at least now we agreed on the principles. And I really appreciate the time that everybody spent. It was long 4 hours and it was evening in Beijing. So I'm hopeful that this has been a good start for everybody. We now know what each side is doing. And next time I will be in contact with Professor Shen, and we will exchange the detailed plans. Then we can really do the next activities in a more detailed manner. Hello?
thanks to you and your team.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes,
Thank
I can hear you now.
And okay, and thank you very much for your all and your efforts. We will have a good plan, and then next time we can try to integrate what we have planned. And then looking forward to the workshop next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will provide a briefing minutes about the meeting today, discussions and next steps, and then we'll share it with yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely evening in Beijing and have a good day in Nottingham or in the UK.
Thank you, too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Bye.
咱应该把让他们